Top of the morning, traders, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. It's been a tremendous week, tons of opportunities, a lot of volatility, and we're officially open. Off the open, guys, make sure to exercise caution, let the market digest the data, as we did get CPI. We did get CPI data, and CPI data did look encouraging. The inflation number continues to tick lower. Keep in mind that yesterday we had that massive engulfing candle on SPY. If we break below that 680.37, we can see that continued selling persist, but we need that strong, convincing close below it. On the VIX, keep a close eye on that 21, 22, and that 20 levels. All those levels will be very, very important to monitor. But the primary thing is, guys, going into today, all right, ramp down, look for your setups, keep it as simple as possible because I have a 3-day holiday weekend, 3 days of time off, okay? Keep that in mind, and we should be good to go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Daily open 681.68. Let's see how the market digests CPI here. Off the bat, we're seeing Qs pushing back and forth to the upside, to the downside. We'll check Alibaba as well. So if you have any ticker requests, put your tickers in the chat. It is Free Trade Friday for folks on YouTube. The link is available in our free Discord. So you need to be in the free Discord. The link is available. You have access to the delay-free, ad-free stream. I do want to do the giveaway today, guys, so let's get 50 likes. Before 11:30, 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway. All right, but it's up to you. So you control your destiny in that case, all right? So 50 likes is going to take a team effort to get there. So let's get there. Our NYDO is right there. 681.68, 681.68. PML, PMH, let's mark that out as well. PMH, 693.02, 693.02. So we're bouncing right off of that February 6 TOG. February 6 TOG, if you do have your gaps marked out, one of our team members, Eliane, always does a tremendous job keeping us up to speed with the gaps. I think she brought it to our attention yesterday that we were working our way to that gap, that February 6 gap. So if you do have that February 6 gap marked out, right, you are trading in that territory. 683.02 is that PMH. And PML is 678.54. 678.54. Okay, do me a favor. Look at the IV, guys. Look at the IV. Look at the IV. So now, last week prepared you for today. Last week prepared you for today. So the IV is 35 and 36. ATR is 94 cents. Okay, so keep that in mind. So you know what to do at this point now, right? You know what to do at this point. Contracts are very expensive. Okay, contracts are very, very expensive. Okay, there goes the Qs. The market is still in digestion mode, okay? Still in digestion mode. 5-minute orb. No synchronized activity quite yet, so keep a close eye on that. 5-minute orb army. Things to consider for the 5-minute orb army. Just keep a close eye on those contracts and the cost of those contracts. All right, take that into your consideration when factoring in the opportunity. Okay, there goes IWM. Excuse me, there goes NVIDIA. I see that you have your hand raised, Om. If you have a question, again, you can ask anytime. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, we'll take a look at Alibaba Sanjay. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. People are stressing chain smoking. That's our indicator, guy, the Philip Morris indicator. So it's not a sell-off until Philip Morris is in the top 10 as far as best performance in the S&P. That's the Philip Morris indicator. Okay, we see it every time. Market is stressing. Folks on YouTube, good morning, good morning, good morning. I wish I found you sooner, right? Best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. Second best time is today. So it's never too late. So I'm glad you were able to find our channel. That's why, guys, folks on YouTube, your like really gets this content in front of the people who are looking for it. All right, there are people looking for this kind of content, this educational content, right? This much value. So by you liking it, right, you're helping your fellow trader. All right. If you're a first-time viewer, we're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Market is open. We're live 99% of the time. Okay, there's a good chance we're going to be live and giving you that coverage. It is Free Trade Friday, folks, on YouTube. So again, like the video. The link to the delay-free, ad-free stream is available for our. You get access to what our private members have access to every single day. The link is in the description. Join the free Discord. You have access to that. 5-minute orb army. Okay, Nvidia's falling off a cliff. Nvidia continues to fall off a cliff here. Nice break below that daily downside breaker on Nvidia. It's right at that PML. Nvidia's right at that PML. Nvidia is a continuation of that sell-off we did see yesterday. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Nico. Good morning, Sets Apart. Question for today, poll question for today is, time to buy the dip? Is it time to buy the dip? Yes or no? Very simple question. You may be asking, are you talking about the dip on SPY? Are you talking about the dip on individual names? I'm just saying in general. Are you looking to buy things now, or are you looking to see if we can continue to drop here? SPY is struggling at this sell block here. There's this not sell block, this rejection zone here until prove otherwise, which once is a bounce zone. See if we have enough fuel off of that to drive price lower. We have not taken out that PMH or PML quite yet. Nvidia continues to sell off here. There goes the Qs, okay. 5-minute orb army, if you're in, you took that entry. The 15-minute orb has been playing nicely. Okay, so I'm going to let this back and forth settle. We are in the jaws. We are in the jaws of February 6th gap. If we break below these levels, guys, we are continuing that selling. Unless we get a sweep of prior day lows, that selling persists. Okay, so what's happening now, all right, is all the people who overanalyze and overthink and who have elaborate strategies are getting stopped out. And the people with the most basic understanding of trends are really dominating this week. So a lot of those smart money concepts, right? Grab high, grab this, grab that, right? If you're just fixated on that, right, you're going to miss these opportunities. 5-minute orb army, you're doing nice. Or below VWAP, there goes the Qs. Qs are about to fall below that 5-minute orb. IWM is still above VWAP. The Dow is still pushing higher. Okay, we're officially below prior day's lows. The selling continues. So question now becomes, can we hold below that level? Can we hold below the zone here? So keep in mind, guys, those contracts are expensive. IV's at 37. We're starting to see the VIX climb here. It's at the 2120. See if we get that continued climb. All right, so be mindful, guys. Be mindful, be mindful. So a couple of ways to mitigate the expensive contracts is buy less contracts or don't trade at all. Again, if you're green up until now, all right, there's no reason for you to put on risk and try to make more. Right? If you are going to engage, just use less contracts, go further out, and just treat it as a lotto. Okay, by you continue to engage, okay, just from my perspective, my experience, right, the likelihood of you doing more bad than good is significantly higher, especially if you hit your goal. And that's not worth it. Okay. Nvidia, how's Nvidia doing? Nvidia fell off a cliff. Anyone take Nvidia? Nvidia, that was nice. Okay. So 59% of the chat said they're going to look to buy the dip. 60%. Beautiful job, Carlos. Carlos loves trading Nvidia. There we go. Let's go. Okay, we're getting that continued push lower. 5-minute orb is still valid. Right, holding. We're coming back and rejecting off of those lows. The VIX, if you see the VIX can continue to climb, we're still within pre-market high, pre-market low range. We took out that daily downside breaker. We're in the jaws of that gap down. My goodness, guys. Does the selling pressure continue? Okay. Those contracts are very juicy. Look at that drop. Nice retrace reject. Synchronized selling here. Synchronized selling here. We're below the 50% retrace of the gap. Feb 6 gap. Okay. Feb 6 gap. Pre-market lows down there. What a drop. Congratulations. 5-minute orb. 5-minute orb again. Congratulations. NVIDIA traders. Beautiful. Beautiful drop. Fell off a cliff. So NVIDIA was provided this morning. 40%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Even that retrace reject was nice. Next level is that PML, guys. Next level is that PML. That's an aggressive sell-off here. Look how the VIX is playing. Look how the VIX is playing. Again, we're seeing a lot of the structural breakdowns. Okay, NVIDIA falling off a cliff. Everything falling off a cliff. Don't chase. Okay. Now 15-minute orb army. 4 minutes. So now we're all the way at PML. So to give you some context, guys, we're taking out a lot of these targets with minimal hesitation. There is no buyers. All right, so this is clear selling pressure. Okay, so in this kind of environment, that entry is going to be critical. Defining a risk is going to be critical. See if we get some sort of a response off that PML back to the upside. Retrace, reject 67938. That continued selling. They're just breaking down to these lows. The breakdowns are playing out nicely. Just structural breakdowns are playing out. Who's getting fed right now? 5-minute orb army. Beautiful job. NVIDIA. Good night, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's down close to $3. Synchronized selling, guys. Okay, synchronized selling. If we get one of those no pause selling days like we saw yesterday, all right, I'm gonna have to just take the first touch of the wave without any hesitation. Okay. Okay, we fill that gap. February 6th gap filled. February 6th gap filled. So a couple of things to look out for. Yesterday we got that pre-market low retrace reject. So unless we get that February 6th gap, that BOG bounce, this thing can continue to dump. 15-minute orb army on the clock next. What a drop. How we doing, strikers? One contract, 70%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 20% three puts. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful. And at this time, guys, if you are trading prop firms, is when they start getting fishy. You'll notice whenever there's high volatility times, they start logging you out, kicking you out. The broker's not working properly. All these different things. Okay. 60%. There we go. Beautiful job, guys. So that gap got filled. So if you caught that, all right, you're finito. You're done. That's it. Sail into the weekend. 3-day weekend. Rest. Recharge. You did it. If you don't take profit, market will. Look at that bounce. Okay, look at that bounce. See if you get a hammer candle on the 5. I'll be right at that daily downside breaker. Daily downside breaker in this area. I'll give it some space. I'm going to go very light size here. Further out, since we're covering about $1. Yeah, those contracts are pricey. Looking at the 674s. So you've got a retrace reject off those lows. We are fueling up, guys. That 5 minutes turning into hammer. We did dip into that bounce zone. The VIX did peak into 2240 and got a quick rejection. So now I want to see what takes place here. 15-minute order meeting is going to be set in a minute. Nice sweep of that PML. All the names are back at VWAP. Okay, did they just trap all the bears down here? Look how quickly that bounced off that BOG. All those bears trapped, and it's time to go back the upside. I want to see how we interact with this particular area here, the zone. If we get that price action combination, I'll look to take it to the downside. If we continue to accelerate, I'll let the bulls do what they need to do. What a bounce off that BOG bounce. And look at this, guys. That's why it's so... Yesterday, you got rewarded for chasing. Today, all right, they keep switching it up. Unless you have a strategic entry, okay, they make you pay the price. A nice reversal on the 5, hammer candle on the 5, reversing back the upside. That daily open is right there. My goodness, look at that aggression, guys. This is program buying. Got 50% done. Beautiful job. Importance of taking profit. All right. Good, good, good. And then now we're back above that daily open. And then now we're on the other side. And there's a compound orb. Compound orb. We're back above VWAP. So we swept prior day lows. We filled the gap. We got a nice reclaim of that PML. So now do we get a break above that 682.48 and continue to accelerate? Do we get that break above 682.48, continue to accelerate? I want that daily open to hold. We're starting to pump here. Everything's starting to move. Compound break right there. I'm looking a little further out, less size. I'm looking at the 687s. They're about $100. IV still at 35. IV still at 35. If you're waiting for a retest, getting those contracts a little lower in this area here. That 5 minute, we're seeing that buying on the 5 minute. See if we can hold that daily open. Hold that daily open, that would be great. If we can, that's going to lead to that continued push. I want that hammer candle to hold. Like how we're above that VWAP. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the calls. I want that daily open to hold. That's it. Daily open needs to hold. For that continued push, no close below daily open. See, we got room with that PMH. There we go. Up 12, 14. Take a majority off right there. Down to runner. See if that continue push. We're struggling at PMH. You see that wick at PMH? So we need to get above PMH. So no close below here. So that was a nice pop, 14% pop. See if that continue push. I want that hold above that level. Keep an eye on the 5. We're getting that rejection off PMH. See if that rejection has some fuel behind it. I'm giving it to daily open. Okay, already extracted 14. See if you get buyers to continue to push this. On the 5, if we can close above that PMH on the 5, that would be great. That is a bearish candle, bearish response. So see if we can recover that. Okay, I'll close out right there. Okay, so quick scalp, 14, into that PMH. And then close out last piece. Okay. If we get that continued selling pressure, now if we start to go shooter, that's going to be critical. That might be a trap. So we want to be on the lookout for that. Back the downside. This needs to hold. Right, look how quickly we got the PMH and PML. So we trap PML, we trap PMH, we push back the downside. All right, quick scalp there. And we're going the other way, guys. We are going the other way. Wow. Okay. What a grab. So they're just, that PMH rejection was beautiful. They're just tossing traders left and right today. All right, these candles are moving with vengeance. They're moving with vengeance. Okay, this algorithm, this one is seek and destroy. Okay, we're gonna call it seek and destroy. Seek and destroy. Okay, nice rejection there. Good. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. If you are done for the day, put done in the chat. I'm keeping a close eye on NVIDIA. Okay, see if NVIDIA can stay below those lows and seek those lows down there. If we get that continued selling here. So now we're back to that daily downside breaker. Prior day's lows, we're back in the jaws of that gap. Look at all these levels. What I was looking to entertain is, okay, we get into PMH, of course, and then after PMH, we have a nice runway. Okay? And what was I giving it? I was giving it this very tight window from here to there. If it gets below daily open, we get back red on the day. Okay, out of the way. See if NVIDIA can hold below that 184.23. 184.23. How are the Qs doing? Pfizer is out of here, guys. Pfizer. The other name that we discussed, Pfizer is out of here. So everything is back below VWAP now, guys. Everything is looking to get back below VWAP. NVIDIA, see if NVIDIA can get back to 184.23. Want that entry back to downside. If everything starts to dump. This was just a dead cat bounce. Wow. Very aggressive. Yep. VWAP PML reject 100%. Second trade minus 100. Third trade puts 300. Beautiful job. Beautiful job, Gary. Another 50% on NVIDIA. Beautiful. Beautiful job, NVIDIA. Nice rejection of PML. Okay, as SPY bounces into PMH, as the Qs bounce, they get back below VWAP. That ideal entry is that PML. Second best entry is break down here. All right. Third best entry, maybe get back into kind of in the middle of things, get back into VWAP and get that nice little push lower. In that case, we need all the indexes, especially the Qs, to continue to push the downside. Look at PFE. Okay. PFE out of here. We talked about that rotation story on healthcare. PFE. Okay, nice break above that PML. SPY now is just kind of in the middle of the range. All right, so let's see who steps up and who decides to control the remainder of first shift. So far, first shift is up for grabs. We have that daily open at that 681.68. First shift is still up for grabs. We know bigger picture, all right, below the weekly. Look at NVIDIA. Nice breakdown there. Below the weekly, that SPY chart is looking bearish. If we take a look at the 4 hour, okay, 4 hour, somewhat of a doji. 1 hour, we're getting that nice little wick. 12 hour, we're getting that breakdown on the 12 hour. So we don't want to see that wick on the 12 hour. Right, we're kind of in the 12 hour, you can kind of see that we're broadening, right? And we have this resistance and this major support. So let's see if SPY can continue to seek that formation. But we're seeing some buyers protected over there. Okay, so far, that daily candle is trying to go hammer. Okay, nice little push here. See if that's legit. Bounce off VWAP on SPY, on the Qs. Okay, see, okay, if you were looking for that dip buy, okay, see if you can hold above that daily open. See if you can hold above that daily open once again. As we continue to accelerate, hold above that daily open. POC and that daily open align nicely. So do we have enough continued momentum to continue to push? Or do we just continue to chop? Do we continue to chop? I'm just going to call it a week, no trades for me. Going to head out at work. Gotta head to work. Get done early. Spend the next few days with the family, 100% guys. Valentine's Day tomorrow. With the wifey and her birthday coming up Tuesday. Time to make her feel special, 100%. So if you're wrapping up for the week, guys, 3-day weekend, we don't get a lot of those. Capitalize off of that. You don't want to spend 30 hours on the charts. Okay. Again, the technical side, we have that covered. That's what the community's for. That's what I'm here for. But just go back and review your journal at least out of those 3 days in that 72-hour span. Dedicate 30 to 45 minutes to go over your journal, to go over your trades. I will have that video recapping all the trades that I took. That can help as well to replay some of the trades you took during that time, right? And for the rest of the time, just enjoy your time. Make the most out of it. All right? We have to be focused during the time we're trading. Outside of that, okay, we don't have to care about the market. All right? We have to just like completely remove ourselves from the market. Okay, in the beginning, trading becomes your identity from the standpoint of always looking at charts. And it's understandable because you're immersing yourself in learning. But the longer you do it, right, trading is just a part of you. It's not who you are. It's just what you do. So outside of the hours of operation, all right, you can care less. But when it's time to do business, business hours are open, you're trading, supreme focus. All right, so that means on the time off, going back and looking at the charts over and over and over again, when you can overdo it. You can use all your mental capital in overlooking at the charts, overanalyzing. When it's time to actually execute, you're exhausted. So during that time, especially if you're at that point where you have a good idea of your system, you're just looking at refining a few things. And most of those things are between the ears. What did the market throw at you this week that you didn't account for? And when it threw something at you, how did you react? How did you respond? If you didn't have the appropriate response, then now you know going forward, this is the appropriate response I need if this plays out again. And then you come into the next week. Right? As far as the technicals, the ideas, all that stuff, it doesn't take a long time to find ideas. Okay, matter of fact, there's too many ideas. There's too many opportunities. It's like standing in front of a vending machine. You have $2, and everything in the vending machine is something you like. But you only have $2. You can't get everything. So analysis paralysis kicks in. So there's not a lack of ideas and lack of opportunities. There's too many ideas, too many opportunities. But our job is to say, hey, you know what? Distinguish the difference between good opportunity and great opportunity. So great job, guys. I'm wrapping up. If you're done for the week, I will have the end of the week poll available as well. We are trading below VWAP here. We are trading below VWAP on SPY and the Qs. Nice little engulfing candle shooter on the 5. These candles, this is all crushing that premium, guys. So just imagine all the traders who came into today who missed that big move. A lot of our traders caught that big move yesterday and wanted to see the repeat of yesterday on this. They were up. They don't take profit, and they give back all that. They don't take into consideration the IV. They're paying a higher cost, and you give back all the profits from yesterday, maybe even from Wednesday. Okay, this is engineered to do. To give you the same look from the past 2 days and go the opposite way. It looked identical, but you can't chase. The market will let you get away with it a few times. Right, it will let you get away with it and then catch you off guard. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Now we're just chopping side to side. We're hugging that TOG, that February 6th gap. We're below that dead outside breaker. Now if we zoom out here, we can see we're in the heart of the runway. All right, stand still here. We have these highs, these lows. So this would be the ideal areas to participate. And we're just at a standstill. We still didn't get a second leg. So we got that first leg, no accumulation yet. All right, no consolidation, upward consolidation, no structural shifts. Okay. What you want to be on the lookout for by the end of the day is how does that daily candle on SPY look? If it looks like a hammer, that can be some signs of life going into next week for that bounce. We do have somewhat of a bilateral pattern going here, symmetrical triangle. Clean this up a little bit. That's the only key zone that we have. Look at the 5-minute candles, guys. Nothing, no 3 5-minute candle continuations. That's often what you want to see if it's going to be that expansion, that continuation. Okay, at least three 5-minute candles consecutively. Nice clean bodies. Minimal wicks. We're back above prior day close, 681.27. We're trying to get above that daily open, 691.68. We're trying to get above that daily open, 691.68. I have no desire to give away profits from the week, so I'm gonna sit on the sidelines. I did hit my weekly profit goal. Look at that, guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, this is just give back profit hour, right? Just donate your profits to the market. That's what this is, right? The market is basically just panhandling. So, hey, anyone have profits they want to give back? Spare some profits. Okay, this is what the market is asking for. Spare some profit. Spare some change. All right, did take one little scalp here to the upside. Less than a minute. Outside of that, minimal activity. Okay, so at least wait for this compression break, right? This is a bilateral pattern, means it can go either way. It can go either way, it can go both ways. What I mean by that, it can break, trap, and go to the downside, break, trap, go to the upside, or just break, continue, break, continue. So eventually what you'll see is this tightening at some point in time will lead to, it's like a butterfly, will lead to broadening. Okay? You see the wing and you see the wing. So let us know in the chat. Do you think this is going to break to the downside? Does SPY get into below 6? Does SPY get into the 675 territory? Or does SPY get back above 680? Okay, so put in the chat 675 or 680 on SPY in the next 30 minutes. So what we do know is we took out pre-market high. We took out pre-market low. There's willing buyers and sellers there. Okay, both are playing defense. So sellers are playing defense there, buyers playing defense here. So that drives price to tighten. That drives the price to get tight. Do we stay above 680? Or do we get below 680 and start getting to 675 territory? 80s or 70s? Check back on NVIDIA here. Okay, at a standstill as well. Standstill for NVIDIA. Now, kudos to all of you who caught NVIDIA. Let's see what else is moving here. Okay, what's moving and grooving? Robinhood. Robinhood's up 5%. Robinhood's up 5%. Has a lot of work to do, but it's up 5%. It's trending intraday within that intraday range. Walmart pulling back 1%. Gap down, pull back on Walmart. Who else? Palantir is up. Netflix flat. Coinbase up 11%. Bitcoin, 67,000. Gold sitting right at that 5,000 mark. Silver sitting right at that 77. So you can equate that 5,000 very closely to 80 on silver. VIX 21, dollars at 96, 10-year 4.06. 2-year 3.4. Okay, is this it? First things first. Strong close above daily open. Mandatory for the bulls. They got to take it piece by piece. Piece by piece. 681.68. If they can get that strong close above daily open, need that hold above 682.48. And of course, we do have some sellers that are going to try to push this thing lower up here. So we need to blast past it with some momentum above those highs. Okay, this is what's setting the stage. Okay, for a break here. Because do they have enough fuel to get that break above that PMH? And you continue to push and combat all the selling pressure here. If they do, they have a nice open runway into 685.02. Right, so it's almost like the sellers will allow the buying to take place and then try to put as much pressure on the bulls right here. Okay, and then if they can overcome that, they earned this runway into 685. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can start to expand here. There goes the Dow. Dow's starting to push. Dow's seeking that PMH. The Qs are seeking that PMH as well. IW starting to push as well. We're seeing the buyers get back in. Okay, now we're seeing that push into PMH, above PMH on IW. IW leading the way. Synchronized buying here. Let's see if we have enough fuel. Let's see if we have enough fuel. And we can come back at the daily open. Between daily open and prior day close, there's a nice little pocket right there. All right, very tight pocket. For us to potentially come into it and bounce. We can come into that territory and bounce. VIX continues to dump. Indexes are getting bought back up. I'll take that bounce. At least it gives a little bit of room into that PMH so it doesn't go double top on that. So it gives us a little bit of room into it. So keeping a close eye on this range. Orb Army, second attempt at the orb. That's a compound orb. See if you can dip into this green box. So first one, it was a ripple, no hold. Very aggressive, not even a 1 minute hold. This one, see if we can at least get a 1 minute hold. We got a 1 minute hold. Okay. Now, do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel to get above this area? To get above that PMH? Do we have enough fuel to get above PMH? If that can drive price between that 691.86, 681.27, that'd be great. The Qs are above PMH. See if they can hold above PMH. Just drive price a little lower. Now VIX going south. That's favorable. Okay, we're seeing the level 2 starting to speed up here. Or the time and sale. If you're waiting for that 5 minute closure, you have about 2 minutes left. Okay, see if you can drive price into that pocket. Come into that pocket. Come into this pocket. Come into that pocket. Come into the pocket there. Price action combination in that pocket. I'll look to go long. Just come in, come in, come in. Very tight pocket. Reclaim 682.48 can be a decent entry as well. That 5 minute is directional. Just coming a little lower. Reason is here in this territory is just too high to those high. It's just too close, right? Too close to the sun. Too close to the sun here. So I want to have a little bit of room into the sun because you can get burnt if you're too close. Okay, a little too close. Adobe PML is the 200 EMA on the hourly 200 EMA. Seek Wisdom 7772. If you do trade Adobe, just be mindful of the spreads. Their spreads are not the best, so try to get that mid or bid, preferably the bid. Okay, that 212 can justify us back the upside. Here, this is where I'm looking to get involved. If it goes without me, that's fine. It can go. All right, so in this territory, if it gets into this territory, I'm going to use that interaction with daily open to see if that continue to push after breaking out of this symmetrical triangle, bilateral pattern. In the case where it breaks below that daily open, that would be invalidated. Okay, come in, come in, come in. I want to see a wick. I want to see a wick there. Nice little hammer. No hammer, no bueno. See buyers. I want to see some buyers stepping in. Existence of some buyers. We do have view up at 680.95. New 5-minute candle here. If we can reclaim that daily open, I'll be there for it. Okay, I'll take the calls right there. Risk being that prior day close. And view up as well. Okay. See if that continue push. Go, go, go. And the calls here. Up 5, up 6. TP where you need to if you did take this. Acceleration, continued acceleration would be great. I want to hold above that daily open. Okay, up 11. Take a majority off right there at 11. And now I want to hold above that daily open. Okay. TP where you need to. Double digits is more than enough for me. See if we can continue now. Can I get some follow through? If we can, that's great. If we can't, that's fine as well. Up 11, 13. Go, go, go. I don't want it to get back below daily open. All right. Okay, I'll close out right there. All right, again, second scalp, both double digits. Can get that follow through. Did see 13. But I want this pocket to lead to a bigger response. All right. Gave runners a little bit of time, but didn't want the runners to go negative. So I was able to get out fairly quickly. Because there's a lot of pressure coming off of this, coming into this territory. So I wanted to see if this is the time when the buyers can start piling in. All right. If I can see that double digits, take the double digits off. If there's more to it, sure. If not, if it fails, I'm okay with that as well. By that time, I already extracted. Okay, so just 2 scalps so far. All right, if you did the opposite, if you got that breakdown below it, holding, right, say, hey, you know what, it gets below VWAP, I'll hold. That's great as well. All right, multiple things can take place. Multiple things can present an opportunity. So the opposite can be true if we start to break down here. We're 13 minutes away. 13 minutes away from first shift. So you can see how quickly things go double digits, just scalping. What I really wanted to see is that continued push. Don't see it? That's okay. That's okay. Now the structural breakdown does start looking appealing for a bigger picture slide to the downside. Okay. But the thing is, this is based off of this failed push above those highs. All right. So now let's see if we get back below 680.37. Let me go back to my, let's go visit Jensen here. NVIDIA. Okay. Let's see if NVIDIA starts to fall off a cliff. If we fall below 680.37 and the entries on NVIDIA, if you waited for that view up entry and gave you that view up entry near that prior day, near those prior day lows. So is this the point where we start breaking down? Is this the point where we start breaking down? %. Good reminder. Good call on Hero. Hero saved the day. Hero was the hero. Got to get those flowers. Yep, we see the same thing, JB. Again, it's in between the range. 2 scalps. I can easily say, hey, you know what? Let me hold for a little longer. But no, got to take double digits. Because I think it was on Wednesday. On Wednesday, there were 2 trades where I ended up getting stopped out. I was up double digits, but I have to do a better job in taking that double digits off the table. Because my pet peeve, the thing that I don't like the most is going from green to red. I just don't like that. No, it's not good for my personal psychology. All right. So from that standpoint, That's where my greed is exercised. My greed is exercised in taking profit. Especially if you're right. I mean, granted that the two trades that we got stopped out at that time that did flash double digits, okay, they were under a minute. But if you're a scalper, that's all you need. That's all you need. The back and forth, guys, the back and forth. We're not consistently getting from our expansion traders. Let's at least even get 3 5-minute candles consecutively, okay? Look at this mess. There's a mess. This is for scalpers. My scalpers, you guys could make something out of this. This is nothing here. But if you're a scalper, you can make something out of this. If you're more of a trader that likes to sit in the position with a little bit of expansion, a rule is 3 candles. See if you can get 3 5-minute candles with full bodies after breaking a critical level. Right? You can see sell, sell, buy, buy, sell, sell, consolidate, buy, sell, sell. Contention on both ends. Does that original idea come back into play? Maybe, maybe not. But if it does hold above that daily open, it does give you a nice room. Right? The whole point is to play this break. All right, so my line of thinking is if I want to play this break, how can I position myself a little bit before the break systematically? Not just buying and selling randomly. So by the time it does get here, I'm not tasked with the decision of buying there. Because if I do want to play this break and I do want to buy up here, I'm going to have to see a strong close and a continued push and have to wait for a pullback. Right? At least to hold above it. So this is kind of justifying, hey, be in profit going into it. Okay. The chop continues. So all the traders who got used to yesterday's action, the past 2 days action, that drop with minimal pops, all right, if they're not recalibrating, resetting, trading each day differently, pay the price. All right, that's the thing with trading, guys. 5-minute OKN on SPY. Yeah, the 5-minute looks atrocious on SPY, guys. They're just trying to take as much profit as possible. Engineer liquidity, set the traps. 3-day weekend, traders are tired. All right. And just give back profit. All right, maybe I have one more trade left. I want to see if I can catch one trade with a nice sit in the position for a little bit, right? With some follow through. That's what I'll look for. Did take two scalps. Couldn't get them to really play out full extent. They wicked out, but they did still present that double-digit TP. Uh, 15 minutes still in that range bound. Make sure to like the video, guys. We're heading into our first hour. 50 likes will do the giveaway. Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're just joining us, we are live trading SPY. We did see SPY fill a major gap from February 5th. That gap has been filled. We are trading below prior day lows. So let's flash real quick to that daily open, guys, or that daily chart. Let's flash real quick to the daily chart. So forward thinking, a little forecasting here, okay? A little forecasting. If this candle can remain the way it is by the end of the day, it turns into a hammer. On Monday or Tuesday, Monday market is closed. Tuesday, we might, again, this is just me speculating, we might gap up or put some pressure on the sellers for potential reversal. Not reversing back to all the way to these highs, but just a reversal, just a one-day reversal. We'll take it day by day. So keeping a close eye by the end of the day what this candle looks like. So what does that open up the door for? All right, maybe some lottos going into Tuesday, because sometimes when they do reverse, they gap it up. Right, but you got to see, you want to make that decision by between 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern and 3:30. That's the window. That's the lotto window. All right, by then you generally have a good idea what the daily candle is going to close as. You generally have a good idea. barring any major reactions in the last 10 minutes. But pretty much, you have a good idea. Okay. So first shift is going to be in the books in the next 6 minutes. First shift, 2 trades. Both trades worked in our favor. The best trade so far was on the externals, pre-market BOG bounce, pre-market reclaim, pre-market rejection. But this was nice here. That BOG bounce. If you notice, the BOG bounce the past 2 days has not been working out. All right, but today provides that opportunity. So the chat is split. So the poll question for today was time to buy the dip, yes or no? So 48% yes, 52% say no. So earlier was a little skewed to the no side, and more voters are starting to lean towards the yes side. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes 50-50. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes 50-50. Yeah, again, guys, don't give back those profits. You guys did tremendous, especially yesterday. This week was, we were put to the test on Wednesday, and I'm glad that we got to walk through it together. And we didn't back down. We didn't shy away from the pressure. Pressure is a privilege. We show up. We continue to execute the plan, take it trade by trade, and that's well behind us now. Okay? And a lot of you did bounce back, and what makes me happy is you proved to yourself you can bounce back. You don't need to prove it to anyone else. You're proving it to yourself that you can bounce back, that your system is resilient. Sometimes, guys, all it takes is one loss. Sometimes that one loss can trigger a sequence of losses, can trigger a sequence of doubt, can trigger all these different things in your mind, and you start spiraling out of control. Right, but it was good to see a lot of you bounce back. Right, bounce back and bounce back really well. It wasn't just a small bounce back; it was a great bounce back. All right, the response is what only thing you can really control. All right, to be honest, you can't control if you lose or win. You can't control the probability. That's out of your control. You can't control what the candles do. All you can control is where you enter, where you exit, how you manage risk, if you take profit, if you cut your losses. What do you do when you're up big, and how do you respond to adversity? Those things, they're on us as traders. These individual candles, we can't tell them what to do. We can have an idea, right? Basically a calculated guess, but there's no way we can influence it. Okay, so technically we're still grinding higher, okay? So we do have these lows, we do have these lows, we do have these lows, we do have these highs, we do have these highs, we do have these highs. This kind of pattern reminds me of, we've seen it before. Okay. $685 by the end of the day. If the bulls really want to make some noise, the expected upside move is 687.66. All right. I know the bulls have been having a hard time, but I'll declare it a victory for the bulls on this particular day if they can get price anywhere near 689.45. Okay, so this is the kind of, so in this case, the reclaim played out nicer than that bounce. But you guys get the idea. So if I kept the risk like this, maybe we could have sat through it, but I needed it to play out relatively instantly. So now, if you took the reclaim instead, okay, so, or say if you got stopped out here, you took the reclaim. In this case, you're in position to play the break. So if the break does break down, okay, no harm, no foul. If it goes out, it turns into a win-win situation. Okay. So hopefully that illustrates the point. So now there's some selling pressure there. It's not going to be easy to overcome that. So we need to get some buyers, start piling in there and put some pressure. Because if they can declare victory over this area, reclaim that resistance, 685 is just around the corner. 685 is just around the corner. But if you get involved near this, in this pocket, you're already in good position. All right, so you're not sitting on the fence. If you're in the orb army, third attempt, right, you're already in position. Say if you take the break and hold, right, you probably get stopped out there, depending on your risk, and this one work in your favor, and you wouldn't take this one. Okay, there we go. There we go. So you guys get the idea. All right, so bulls. On the day, they're taking charge. So what kind of pattern is this? We've seen this pattern over and over and over again. So what opportunities are next? Retest. If you took that break on the edge, you're in the green. If you took that reclaim, you're in the green. If you took it off this key zone, you're well in the green. If you took it off the orb, you're in the green. %, beautiful. And that's the cool thing with trading one ticker. When you trade one ticker, right, you can give all your focus to it and you start understanding it really well. Right, it's a real thing. These individual tickers or indexes having personalities is a real thing. You understand the personality. We broke the 2-minute 400 MA and now fighting the 5-minute 200 MA. Thanks for the update, Seek Wisdom 772. 7772. First shift is officially in the books, guys. First shift is officially in the books. Let us know you did in first shift during that first hour of trading. If you're green, if you're red, if you're yellow. If you're green, you can wrap it up. If you took no trades, you were just sitting back and enjoying the action. A lot of chop. Third attempt. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, and that's the 686s. Power of options. So our team, guys, we navigate through this regardless of the action. Okay? We navigate through it regardless of the action. It can be chop, it can be expansion, it can be CPI, PPI, FOMC, unemployment, geopolitical catalyst. Up, down, left, right, whichever way it wants to go. Okay? We'll be there for it. We will be there for it, and we will take advantage of something. Anyone else take this push to the upside? It required a lot of patience. So now, very similar to yesterday's action. If you recall yesterday's action, we got into first shift lows. So the opposite. I don't even have a lot of space to draw. So yesterday, okay, we sold off. Okay, first shift lows. First thing I'm paying attention to once that flips. So with first shift lows yesterday, we just completely continued to expand. So today, guess what? We're at that critical point as well. First shift highs. This is going to give us a good feel for the next hour. Do we trap first shift highs or continue to expand off first shift highs? In the event of expansion, that gives you an idea of what to look for. In the event of a trap, that gives you an idea what to look for. So that's being put under pressure right now. So far we're expanding. So look, again, you can see now we're working our way to 685. Bulls declare victory above this level. That opens up the door. And that yearly open is right there now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. There we go. 49%. $500 USD. Nothing like trading. Nothing like trading. All right. So if you want that full breakdown of the system, how to properly trade the orb, okay, you need to go and watch the Shockwave 15. All right. And for the ones who attended that live, for the ones who watched it and really understand it and put it to practice and who are sticking with it, okay, and who understand that, you know what, the orb doesn't have a fancy win rate. The win rate is not appealing. Okay, it's below 50% most of the time. But if you're okay with that, the reward is always plus. It's always a positive reward. So it requires you to get stopped out a lot. It requires you to build your system. It requires you to be resilient, and it requires you to keep pushing forward. If you're a person who doesn't like low win rate, the orb can really start playing with your mind. So you get hesitant. So to really make the orb work the right way, right, you have to just be mechanical. If not, it's going to be, if you're more emotional, 40% win rate. That means 6 out of the 10 times you're going to lose. But the data suggests, even in those losses, if properly managed, using the framework I provided, there's still a way for you to win. Right? So if you can care less about win rate, and win rate does not really affect you too much. Win rate does have an impact on us. We're all human beings, but it has more of an impact on different personalities. Right? So if win rate is something you're not too overly concerned about, but you're concerned more about the reward, go check out that series. Okay, go check out that series. Right, I said it before, we're due for another series. So again, I'm not sure what we can tackle. Maybe we can do a deep dive on the waves. So I'm looking forward to doing another series at some point in time this year. So I need your suggestions, team, for us to do the series. That's available in our Discord. So that for the members, that's available to you. This territory, bounce off this area. If you're waiting for the orb, it's slightly below that. Qs are pushing. Dow is pushing. So what I want to see in this case is first wave on the 5. You can look for first wave on the 1. We're already there. First wave on the 1, first wave on the 5. More specifically there. So how do we interact with that territory? Is it a trap? We did get 3 5-minute candles in a row for the first time. Look at that. Again, just like this just dumps. Right? That's the thing. It just goes, goes, goes. If you don't take profit, you get that one candle, it just completely falls off a cliff. Do any buyers step up here? See if you get a reclaim. IV is still high. IV is still high. The Q selling off on that 5. The Dow selling off. The only thing that's a little concerning is that 15. So see that 15-minute candle. Might have to play that grab. See, this 15-minute candle can hold up and go shooter, back to downside. In the next 5 minutes. And eventually break this entire support. So no buyers there. See if they step up off that 9. So that 15-minute candle does look appealing. We did go 3 down here on the 5. Orb is being put to the test here. Orb is being put to the test. PMH being put to the test. Great way to engage this can be that reclaim. So let it just sell off. If it reclaims back above the zone, it can be another push. If it continues to sell off, it leads to that break. So that 15-minute candle is turning into a shooter. So what that means is, for this 15-minute candle just to turn into a normal sell candle, in the next 3 minutes, we're going to have to get a bounce back above these highs. If not, we can start to see that breakdown. Okay, what is the VIX doing? VIX is sitting right at that 20. So VIX worked its way all the way back to 20 at 20.54 right now. So do we bounce or break down here, guys? Pivotal point. Bounce or break down. So Orb Army, whoever took that, tremendous job. So you get enough of a push off those lows here. Enough of a push. I'll be there for the reclaim since we're still trending. Looking at that 5. Get back above 683.02 despite the fact that we have a sell block. Okay. See if we get that nice push above 683.02. I want to see a hammer on the 5. I want to see the Qs go hammer as well, start to reverse. If we can, that'd be great. Decisively get back above 683.02. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay, when the call's here, the orb will be my risk. See if that can stay as a hammer for the next 2 minutes. A little front running here. So see if we can continue to trend higher and that orb holds up. If it does, that's great. No close below 682.48. Knowing that we're selling off on the on the 15, we need the buyers to step up here. Okay. We close below there, I'll close out. Down 10, down 11, down 13. We close below there, I'm going to get out of there. Give me one last attempt above those highs. That selling pressure is apparent. See, we go on one last push. If we can flip into a hammer. Down 11. Okay, I'll close out right there. So I gave it an attempt for a bounce, no bounce, insufficient bounce. Stopped out there. Now that 15-minute candle has about 1 minute left. 1 minute left. And if we can't hold this, then I'll flip to the downside. So that 15-minute candle, buyers are getting overwhelmed. So this is going to be critical, guys. This is going to be critical here. This is going to be critical. Going to be critical here. Can that hold or does it fold? Can that hold or does it fold? Give me one second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's see if that continued follow through to the downside. That 15-minute breakdown is brewing. 15-minute breakdown is brewing. Okay, we're below that POC. Everything's starting to sell off here. That daily open can't hold. We can start to slide. I like how the VIX is waking up. 15 minutes about to trigger. $15 minutes on the verge of triggering. So if you see if the last minute buyer step up here, try to protect it. From daily open to here, that gives us room to the downside. So you get back below that daily open, 681.68, and this will be my last trade of the day. If we get that breakdown, if we get that continued bounce, I'll take the reclaim. Last trade of the day, last trade of the week. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. See that continue follow through here. Risk is going to be this 682.48. Okay, let's see if we get that continue push. There we go. There we go. Up 15. Go, go, go. 17. Take my draw off right there. 18, 19. There we go. Down to runners. Go, go, go. 22. Go, go, go. We have room to that TOG. We can't get a bounce. TP where you need to, guys. TP where you need to. Up 22. That 15 breakdown is beautiful. See if we can hold below VWAP. I want to hold below VWAP. 681.28. So stopped out here, right? Went short here. And holding runners. We can't get a response off here, so make sure your majority is taken off. If you can sit through that, maybe use that daily open or whatever risk management protocol you want to use. Okay, now let's see if everything can start dumping here. I want to hold below VWAP. No wick back above VWAP. No wick back above VWAP. So we need that close below 681.28. That's a great TP for double digits if you took it. See if you can stay below this inefficiency here. That VWAP is, buyers are trying to protect that VWAP. Let's see if the sellers can overwhelm them. I like which way the VIX is going. See if these runners can start running. Daily open, line in the sand. Let's drop down to the 1 minute real quick. See the waves. Okay. So we see this VWAP. We need that VWAP to hold. Stay below VWAP, and this thing can start. The ATM can turn on. Can start to print. Okay, now we need that continued acceleration below 680.88. Buyers are protecting with their life. So it's already up 26%, guys. So again, TP where you need to. 30. Go, go, go. Okay, I'll close right there at 30. All right. Okay, good trade there. All right, so I actually took a lot of trades today because these were scalps. Stopped out here, took it to the downside there. And now that I'm out of it, maybe you can start to dump. Maybe you can start to dump. Put a $ sign in the chat if you took the puts there. All right, so stopped out here. Okay. And then was able to take this for 30. 11%, 10%, 11% there. Stopped out here, and this one played out nicely. But what I didn't like is the fact that we can't continue to push lower, but we're just struggling at this 680.88. So you might have to sit through a little bit back and forth to see if that breaks down. And 30% is, I'll take that as well worth my time. At least stay above VWAP and we can start to see that it's running out of steam. Okay. How are we looking, guys? Beautiful job, Gary. And that was the last trade of the day. Okay. So yeah, so I wasn't planning on taking 4 trade, but these were scalps, right? So I didn't really get that trade where I can kind of just let it work. We'll use a quick TPs. And this one we let it work. 30, we'll take it. Was down 1G, now green 150. There we go. That's how we do it, Gary. So one of our members was down $1,000 and recovered. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, guys. Again, why do we need to TP? We need to respect this as a level. Sometimes we can slice and dice right through it. Sometimes we can't. But just always take profits because this can easily be a 30% trade. You want more, and now you're negative. Okay, we need to minimize those occurrences. All right? Get good at paying the trader. Get good at paying the trader. Welcome to the team, Nick. If you're joining SAT VIP, you do have access to a ton of videos. It does support the channel, so I do appreciate your support, guys. And we're just here helping everyday traders. All right, and I'm leading by action. There's no clickbait. It's just charts. Okay, just charts. Sprinkled with some opinionated takes, but primarily we're focused on the charts. Process. So thank you for joining, Nick. Yeah, so if you do want to support the channel, do join the SAT membership. Not only are you supporting the channel, you'll also have access to some videos, a lengthy playlist of strategy videos, along with some psychological videos, a ton of things. All right, so make sure to support, guys. Make sure to like if you're first-time viewers. Welcome aboard. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. We have a community of dedicated traders. It's so awesome to see the kind of community we're cultivating and building. Right? We focus on process. Right? We focus on process, not the bells and whistles. Game plan sent out. People sharing, things to look out for. And let's see who was in the green first. So right out the gate, Firefly, 40%, 20%, 70%, one contract, $200. This today. It's not like all week. 70%, 20%, 50%, 50% NVIDIA. We talked about NVIDIA this morning, and Carlos is a phenomenal NVIDIA trader. So you probably saw the same thing. $300. Always sharing charts, the 5, 15, 30-minute orb. Right, compound break, Hero, phenomenal week, another phenomenal week for Hero. $300. All right, for our resident orb trader, $400. Dollar sign was down 1G, green 150 off that last trade. Thanks for a piece. Okay. So now on the week, guys, I'm done on the week. Phenomenal week. We got put to the test. But guess what? We welcome the test. Welcome the test. We welcome the adversity. And it's not gonna, every week is not going to be easy. Every week is going to pose a new challenge. But if you show up, you put your best foot forward, you stay as close as possible to your system, right? You submit to your system, you give yourself the best chance. Okay? You're going to have to be consistent at something to be consistent. The market itself is inconsistent. So if you're inconsistent in your system, guess what? The outcome more than likely will be inconsistent. So it's something has to be the same. Something has to remain the same for you to have some level of consistency. Even consistently losing is consistency, by the way. Okay? Consistently losing is consistency. So if you are consistently losing, there's something you're doing wrong. And if you can find a way to identify that, right, and put guardrails in place to reduce the frequency of that action taking place, along with a host of other things, you can be on the other side. You can flip all your performance. And I always say it's one or two things every trader is one or two things away from really getting over the hump. One or two things. It's not you need some new overhaul, rebuild your system, and it's just one or two tweaks, especially if you've been trading for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, right? You have enough experience. You went through the gauntlet of looking for strategies. You understand technicals. So the ones who've been doing it for some time and are just swaying back and forth, there's just a few adjustments you need to make. And when you make those adjustments have to be non-negotiable. They cannot be suggestions. They need to be almost like commandments. Okay, they have to be like strict. Almost like life or death. Okay, that level of seriousness, like your job is on the line. You can't keep messing it up. Your job is on the line. Okay? Like for instance, if you go to work, you can't consistently be late. Right? Because at some point, no one's going to tolerate that. At some point, that's going to impact your production. That reflects a lot of things in your performance, believe it or not. So if someone who constantly shows up late just makes that adjustment, a lot of things can change. Okay? Thank you for your channel. I am a novice with your talking through the charts. Definitely helps a lot. Absolutely, guys. Again, guys, folks on YouTube, if you've been watching for 3 to 5 episodes, join our community, take the next steps. Okay, yes, yeah, but I lost it all, down 50% for the day, down $50 for the day, but still well over my weekly goal. Okay, good. So to make sure don't give too much of that weekly goal. If you did get stopped out a handful of times, guys, it's okay. But don't now get into the habit of trading, right? And chasing that high. That's the dangers of massive wins. Okay, I've said it before. I haven't said it in a long time. But if you catch a couple of trades, 100%, 200%, 300%, right? The thrill, the dopamine hit is amazing. What ends up happening now is your normal TPs don't feel the same. So for some time, subconsciously, you're trying to repeat that hit. Right? So you can be in danger of trying to repeat that. So it's very important to understand, hey, you know what? That was a phenomenal trade, but I got to get back to the regularly scheduled program. I think that happened to me at some point last year as well. I forget what month it was. There was a week or a handful of trades, 80%, 90%, 100%. Right? And I went through this 3-4 day stretch where, I wasn't taking profits as frequently because I was looking for more. And you guys get to see it play out in real time. Right? So 15% wasn't hitting the spot. Right? So always make those adjustments before they turn into bigger problems. So always journal, make notes of that. And those are natural things you will learn to deal with and learn to adjust. And it's the big trades. The big trades, they do they do start shaping the way you view things. A good way or a bad way. Right, but you did a phenomenal job this week, Firefly. Okay. Folks on YouTube, 30 minutes will wrap up. Any questions? It's been a phenomenal week. I will have that video that wraps up all the live trades that I did take throughout the week. Just keep in mind everything you're seeing is for educational purposes. Trading does come with considerable amount of risk. I know it may sound easy. I'm just sitting here clicking buttons and talking and drawing fancy lines. But trust me, it's very, very difficult. But through repetition, through learning, through going through the process and going through the gauntlet, and through the support of the community that I'm in, we're able to perform like this. Okay? So long weekend, any plans for the long weekend? Anyone have any plans? And the longer you trade, the more you start enjoying these long weekends, right? In the beginning, right, you can't wait till Monday. Now you can't wait for a long weekend because you need that mental rest. Mental rest. Good morning, Mixon. Yeah, a lot of chop. If you're just jumping in, we did take 4 trades. We took a scalps here to the upside, couldn't get to continue to push up. Able to extract that 11, stopped out runners, same thing, same case. Push up, able to extract double digits, couldn't get the runners to go. In this case, stopped out here as well. Tried to see if we get a bounce, knowing that that 15 minute can be setting up. Define that risk, stopped out, I believe 13-14%, and then took this to the downside, cutting last bit of contracts at 30%. So 4 trades out of the 4, 3 worked in our favor. All right, and that's all the trading for the week, and we'll be done for the week. Okay. Any questions, guys? If we can get to 50 likes today, we will do the giveaway. We have 49 people joining us, so make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you tune in every single day. 50 likes before 11:30, we will do the giveaway. I will be giving away the course. All right, and we are due for a boot camp as well. Okay. We're going to do one more Getting Started series boot camp, and then I'm working on the next series of boot camps, so be on the lookout for that. All right, I will announce the boot camp date starting next week. So for those of you who did purchase your ticket, I will send that to you. You have access. For those of you who did purchase your ticket early, you can watch the previous boot camp, and then of course you get to be involved in the latest boot camp. Okay. So this will be the giveaway. 50 likes. There's a giveaway. 5-hour Getting Started Day Trading course. All right. You can all purchase this if you're looking to get properly educated. I would say this is mandatory. All right. This is the giveaway at 11:30. Okay, 11:30. Maybe we'll give it to 11:45. Okay. But the reason why I'm shortening the stream is because what I notice is the longer we stay, all right, the more I trade and the more other people trade and the more profits we give back. We can look for trades throughout the day, but I want to make it as efficient as possible so you guys don't get lured into trading as well. All right. So on the days where we do have Catalyst, FOMC, some major activity, we can extend the stream. But regularly, we can get our work done within 2 hours. Okay, within 2 hours, more than enough opportunity. We can even do the stream from 9:30 to 10:30 and still get the work done. All right? So we will do the giveaway, okay? Getting Started Day Trading Options course from zero to market ready. It covers all the fundamentals, technicals, patterns to pay attention to, candlesticks, psychology, routine, back testing, forward testing. I reveal 3 high probability setups. So what setups literally are strategies you look to, the strategies you implement in the market by looking for a list of criteria to take trades. When those things appear, okay, you take that trade. All right, so let's get the likes up before 11:30, latest 11:45. 50 likes is the threshold. We will do the giveaway. And also we'll discuss on how to join our community. and put yourself in position for next week. Next week, short weekend, a short week, fresh week. What happened this week stays in this week. We'll look to capitalize off the best opportunities. And we can take a look at next week real quick. What we got going on next week. The main thing now is the stage is set for NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA earnings coming up. So next week, let's preview next week. Okay, Empire Manufacturing. Okay, we got FOMC minutes Wednesday, unemployment claims. So relatively light week, and then Friday GDP, PCE. So Friday is going to be critical. PMI as well, and then the last week of February we have consumer confidence, PPI, and that's basically February. So now we're officially, guys, we are officially, okay, if you take a look at our game plan chart, okay, this is officially the 30th trading day of the year. Out of 252 days, 30 days. All right? My goal is to get 252. So we can have a whole cycle and we can trade through this whole thing together. And look at that daily candle. How's that looking? There's this daily candle so far, if the day were to close today. Does this look bullish or bearish? Does this look bullish or bearish? Would you be a buyer or a seller if this daily candle closed going into the next day just like this? Would you buy this? All right. If you were forced to make a decision, or would you sell, buy or sell? If this daily candle closed out in this fashion and we're going to the next day, and say the next day we opened up inside, top end of that range, would you buy it or would you sell it? So understanding candlesticks in conjunction with trend lines, in conjunction with EMAs, will allow you to know what to do in this scenario, what the high probability outcome is in this scenario. So this would mean we're on the verge of a reversal back to the upside. Okay? We're on the verge of a reversal back to the upside. Goal for this month is to get to 3K subs. Okay, so we need your help on getting there, guys. 60% of the people that do tune in are not subscribed. All right, so a lot of people, they might think they're subscribed, but they're not, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Relative, guys, if you're not a scalper, it's very difficult to navigate. If you have good timing, if you're persistent in your entry and risk management, you can make something out of this. But it's been relatively choppy, to say the least. Okay, we are trending to the upside. Okay, we got this low, we got this low. This low did not get lower than these lows. Highs are higher. So, okay. Any questions, strikers? Any questions? Sanjay, I do see your hand is up. You got a question? If you're joining us for Free Trade Friday, if you join us from the pre-market, this is what we go over every single day. Delay-free, ad-free, no interruptions. What is the next level of SPY crosses 684.50? Next level of SPY crosses 684.50. Naturally, of course, is that 685 psychological level. We have that 685.71. We have that 686.32. We have that 687.21. We have that 687.66, 687.55, and then that weekly open at 689.45. So if we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 levels above us. Once we get above that level, but the first one right there is at 685 psychological level. Again, all the levels here, guys. Okay, I send this out every single morning before 8 a.m. Eastern. So all the levels I have on my chart, I send to you. The zones, all sent to you every single morning. Right, and those levels, the ones that I send, those are static levels. They remain the same. We draw out dynamic levels throughout the day, but those static levels remain the same, and we don't get to choose those levels. I don't get to choose these static levels. They're what the market provides us. Okay. So those are the levels to answer your question. Any other question? Again, guys, don't give back any profits. We'll do the end of the stream poll here. End of the stream poll here as well. And that's going to be the end of the week poll as well. Okay, just chop, chop, chop. Double top. Does it lead to a drop? Does a double top lead to a drop? Somewhat of a relative double top. If this double top can lead to that drop back that daily open, we need that VIX to bounce off that 20. Try to get into the 2025, 2020, 2050 territory at least. We did take out first shift highs. If you can see, we took out first shift highs. No bounce in this territory. I did shoot my shot for that reclaim. On those bounces, past 2 days have been a little early. Right? Sometimes I like to be a little early in those bounces because you can get those initial reactions to the upside for 20, 30% quickly. So as long as you define your risk, right, you can play it. This is a critical juncture here. If we zoom out a little bit, okay, let's zoom out. Yesterday's action. So we can see yesterday's action with that massive drop. We just fell off a cliff. This cliff fall was not random. We were consolidating for a handful of days. We get that drop. We get that chop, 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 and then we get that final drop in power hour. We sell off. We relatively grind lower in pre-market, and then late pre-market 8:30 we get the CPI numbers. Inflation's ticking lower, which is positive, okay? But we know that the market has to react to it the way it wants to react to it, and then now we're basically jamming in this territory between this rejection zone and between this bound zone. So every time we come into this rejection zone, put's working out beautifully. For the bulls to make some sort of impact on that move to the downside from yesterday, they need to get above 684.85, potentially get into this 50-50. We're still within that expected move on the day. 674.88 to the downside, 687.66 to the upside. All right, so interesting to see. The fact that we continue to chop around and grind higher actually supports the bulls. Right? Now the sellers just need to protect their lead. Okay, so this is the time for the bulls to start utilizing and trying to push. Well, whether it's grind lower, whether it's a clean break and push, they need to utilize this to really start taking back some ground. 684.85 at least, slightly below 685. Okay. First leg is in. So second leg, there's no second leg yet. You can make the argument, hey, you know what? This might be that second leg. Sure, but that happened yesterday. So let's see what does take place. Some reversal patterns you got to be on the lookout for back the upside. We can maybe say, hey, you know what? We're starting to get to that rounded base. As we get this rounded base, somewhat of a cup and handle possibly brewing. All right, but that's all going to take a lot of time for it to play out. So pretty significant here, guys. Pretty significant sell-off. We just gave back all the push from that break, and we're basically back at February 6th territory. We fill that gap as well. So everything has just been erased from February 6th and beyond. Okay. But we'll go over a few tickers here in just a minute, and then we'll look to wrap up. Let's take a look at the likes. How close are we? Okay, 26 likes. About 24 likes away. So make sure to smash the like button. We'll do the giveaway. We have 50 people on the check-in, so it's easily doable. Easily doable. Let's take a look at what our friends at CNBC are up to. By no means do we use CNBC or any news source to make trades. We just want to know what's going on. Okay? It's a form of entertainment.
Finally, a platform that...
Now, here we go. Okay. Checking on the chat. Okay, slowly growing my tuition account. Have a blessed day. Beautiful job. That's awesome. Right? That adds up, guys. Those 30, 40, 50, 20, 10, 17, 90, 80. Those add up tremendously. Okay? By the end of the week, those add up to $300, $500 a week. Okay? That adds up quickly. Have a great weekend, Carlos. Adds up quick. If you're consistent, okay, managing, being diligent with that quote unquote small wins. There's no win that small, guys. Everything's relative. Okay? What is big? What is the definition of big? The definition of big is just a bunch of small things aggregated. Okay, a bunch of small things together make something big. So big doesn't exist on its own. Big can be broken down into smaller components. So really, big is just a collection of small. Right? And that makes a tremendous difference. Okay? 300, 500, 600, 150, 80, 90 for clicking a button for less than an hour. And you're just getting started. You're just getting into your groove and you're learning. That adds up, and you build that confidence up, and in time, you go from, hey, 1 contract to 5 contracts. You're doing the exact same thing. You go from 5 contracts to 10 contracts. And now the only thing that happens in your P&L is the decimal just shifts to the right. The process stays the same. The decimal just shifts to the right. Okay? The decimal just shifts to the right. Process stays the same. The decimal also shifts to the right on the losses as well. So you need to know how to properly manage those losses, how to properly come back and bounce back. Okay, so that's a great start. Okay. Adds up, guys. Adds up. Okay. Slow grind higher. Slow grind higher here, so you get that continued push. TC Energy climbs on earnings beat. Okay, let's take a listen.
Things we've had and what that's done to prices. Do you think we can smooth this out as we get further into the spring?
Well, you know, it's important for all of the operators to make sure they're able to sustain their operations under extreme cold conditions because the system is strained. You know, we've been underinvested because of permitting challenges in infrastructure for the last many years, and I think the industry has done a phenomenal job making sure that we're able to deliver even under very tough weather conditions.
Right. Are those restrictions from policymakers, are they beginning to loosen in a way that's starting to show up on the books?
Very much so. I think the current administration is very energy literate. They understand the value of clarity and speed around permitting. We recently received a permit on one of our growth projects about 4 months earlier than we had in our plan. And that is just in terms of being more efficient under the existing regulations. The Energy Sector
Give me 1 second, team. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Council to come up with a planned list of recommendations for permitting reform. I happen to chair that committee, and we know that some of the recommendations are making their way in the proposed legislation.
When it comes to capital allocation across geographies, and we were just showing a map of where you currently exist, is it still the United States, sort of south of that Canadian border, is the best place for expansion, or are things changing politically under Carney in Canada that may help you invest there as well?
Courtney, I would say the majority of our capital wants to flow to the U.S. right now. They're the highest returns, they're the greatest momentum and economic growth is from Canada. The White House policy around national energy dominance, and also the amount of capital that the hyperscalers are investing in data centers is creating a huge pull for infrastructure investment in the United States. We have, in our current plan, $8.5 billion of capital committed to expand in the United States through 2030, and I fully expect that we're going to be adding meaningfully to that total here over the course of the next few weeks.
How hard is it to estimate the demand that might be needed by the AI infrastructure? I mean, it sounds like you think maybe you're even conservative where you are right now.
Well, when we look at Google recently announcing its 2026 capital program at $185 billion versus what the market expected at 120, it does feel to us like the demand is actually accelerating from already a very rapid pace. So our own growth pipeline of projects that we're working on and developing has grown by about $4 billion between our pending approval projects and our advanced business development pipeline over the course of just the last 3 months. So it's tremendous, the momentum that we've seen.
Meantime, data centers, I think, now account for, what, probably 7% of electricity demand. A lot of people expect that to cross into the double digits. We watch, obviously, closely local pushback from city councils to new data center development, but is there a sense that these can be built without straining the grid by bringing their own private sources of energy?
So there's going to need to be some investment in the transmission grid itself to accommodate all of the electricity load growth that's coming. And it's not just coming from data centers, it's also coming from electrification in general in an effort to be more efficient and decarbonize energy systems. But I would say the utility commissions are making it very clear to data centers and to the utility companies that are developing this infrastructure that there must be clear stratification of rates so that there's no cross-subsidization of data center generation by residential customers. And we're seeing more certainty and a clearer path around that. And in Wisconsin, for example, where the state commission was very thoughtful and proactive and dealt with this certainty of rates for different categories of customers early on, you've seen quite a bit of data center development happening in that state. So I think that's going to continue, and rightly so.
Very quickly, Williams earlier in its investor day earlier this week was pretty bullish on their outlook and demand for natural gas all the way through 2035. I imagine based on everything you're saying, you're probably pretty bullish as well.
We're very bullish. We see 45 billion cubic feet a day of growth in North American natural gas demand between now and 2035. That's from a base of about 130 BCF a day. Just to put that in context, that's the entire demand for natural gas in Europe. So we really do see, driven by LNG export growth, by electrification in general, and then of course data center demand growth, which is accelerating, we're seeing natural gas demand come fast and furious.
Francois, fascinating times, and we're smack in the middle of it, that's for sure. Appreciate it as always. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Well, still ahead, we'll get to the move in Rivian and what's causing those shares to be on pace for one of their best days ever. Right now, that stock is up more than 23%.
Plus, it's one of the leading online jewelers worldwide. The CEO of Angara is with us right here at Post 9. Talk about how the price of gold and
Okay, back. We're not seeing much activity here. Sitting right at the top of that orb. Checking on the chat on YouTube. Okay. We'll go over a couple of tickers and then we'll look to wrap up here shortly. How we doing, strikers? 100%. For those of you signing off, guys, stay safe over the long weekend. Take the well-earned rest. Take full advantage. Okay, and let's close out the month of February strong, and then we got to get prepped for March. All right, so February, basically, we're on the last few rounds of February. So we have less time ahead of us. So 14 days left in February. All right, so 14 days left. We'll do a thorough analysis on all the tickers at 11:30. We'll field any questions. If you're done, tremendous job. And then we'll look to wrap up the stream. And on the lookout, on the weekend, be on the lookout for a part 2 of last week's video, going over all the trades that I did take. If you missed that, if you want to get a quick recap of what took place last week, go back and watch that video. It does have timestamps. All right. And it basically captures all the trades that I took last week. All right. And I'm sharing that with everyone for educational purposes. See if I can find it. Okay. I got to go to the videos. Once you go to the videos, this is the one I'm talking about. So part 2 of this will be dropping this weekend. All right. So day trading spy mentorship week 1, basically going over all the trades. If you missed part 1, all the trades from last week, here we go. Part 2 will be dropping this weekend. And go check out some of the other videos on the channel. Most of these strategy videos, all these other videos, they are for members only. So if you have access to them, member, you got to be a member. But all the live streams are available. And by the end of the month, all these live streams will go private as well. All right. So by the end of the month, all the live streams will go private. The January live streams will go private. And February will go private. And this is a great resource for you to go back and see. Okay, and this one with the streams that have the face of Powell, those days we traded FOMC, so they have my FOMC strategy is there. All right, so you can go back as far as you want. So here again, FOMC strategy there, FOMC right there. Okay, and so you have access to all that if you remember. Not doing much here, trying to grind higher, try to seek that 685. This is the conclusion of second shift. Second shift did take 2 trades, stopped at 1. The other one worked in my favor, so green covers red. First shift, 2 trades, green. Anyone buying any dips? Or looking to add into positions, start adding to any long-term positions? Going into next week or even today. Okay, see if you can break those highs finally. IV is still elevated, guys. Still 28%. ATR $1.37. So if you're right very quickly. Okay. See, we get that nice continue push, triple top action up there. See that continued push. If we take a look at the 5, okay, we're getting the series of 3 candles, but no follow through. We did get a sequence of 3. If you just zoom out on the 5 a little bit, okay. Okay, so far if we do the 50-50, this is where we are. There we are. I get that top to bottom, or bottom to top. Okay, generally speaking. So generally speaking, this is where we are. So prior day's range, we're not at that 50% retrace yet in that 50% territory. We're on the low end of prior day's range. So depending on how, what school of thought you're going by, if you're going by smart money concepts, this would be considered as discount. Okay, this would be considered as discount. Okay. So discount, you buy and discount into premium. If you're going by trend analysis, right? This still can be considered a dead cat bounce as long as we stay below that. So we have a lot of 50-50s lining up in this territory. So this is basically 50-50 Ville because we have the 50% retrace on the weekly, 50% retrace on the monthly, along with the daily. All right, so at some point in time, if the bulls can start grinding price into this territory, right, this is where the bears will try to get the most active. Right, therefore, this would be the most important battleground to determine what takes place for the rest of the day. So the bulls' job is to grind higher, to grind it as slow as they can or as fast as they can, but at the end of the day, to get an attempt at this territory here. All right, and if they can get above that, that sets them up for next week. So it's going to be the most amount of opportunities, most amount of activity in this area here, between that 686.41, 687.92. All right, 686.41, 686.92. So that's going to be what the primary thing we're going to be fighting for is. All right, so depending on your school of thought, how you were trained depends on how you perceive what's going on here. All right, for my 50% retrace traders, until proven otherwise, 50-50. I have a video breaking it down. This is UPO. This is what you want to wait for. All right, once it gets proven otherwise, okay, you can go the other way. Okay, then now it means, hey, you know what? We're starting to build a base off of that. If you want that dip buy after 50-50 rejection, you're going to have to throw that another 50-50 into that 50-50 in that territory. So what you want to see is rejection, and that natural comes into this higher low possibly, and then starts to go. Okay, so the 50-50, that's the 50-50. There's multiple 50-50, there's multiple 50-50s we trade, but that's the other one as well. Because not everyone wants to take that continued push with follow through. Some want to welcome that rejection or play that rejection. If it does unfold, right? And then as it rejects, it probably leads to an area. Okay, leads to an area for it to make a natural higher low. And then that's the dip buy opportunity for a potential push back into it for that continued acceleration. There's a video on the channel that discusses that in detail. Multiple videos that discuss that in detail. So make sure to go check out that channel. Check out that video. Okay. So look at that, guys. Speaking of 50-50, the poll so far, timing by the dip, we're at 50-50. 50% say yes, 50% say no. 50% say yes, 50% say no. 50% SPY call, beautiful job. George, do you ever call it a no trade day based on IV rank? To me, I can decide to take no trades, but a no trade day would, the way I would not take any trades is just by being risk off, going a little further out and using less size. So technically there is no trade day in my book. I can trade every day. But there are days where you have to downsize, you have to take the environmental conditions into consideration, right? But there are ways you can find opportunities every day. A no trade day just would mean a day I just decide not to trade, right? But if you don't have the experience, of course, you can't trade certain days because a lot of trading mentors tell you not to trade on red folder catalyst, which I agree with to an extent. If you haven't navigated those waters before, fine. But at some point in time, what days are you really trading? If you're not trading red folder catalyst days, what are you really trading? Right? Red folder catalyst, we have at least two, sometimes 2, 3 of them every week. All right. So if you want to be a day trader, okay, day trader, intraday trading, active day trader, you're going to have to learn to trade every single day. You just have to know when to push, when not to push. And that's going to be based on environmental conditions. So to answer the question, short answer would be I just trade every day. So there isn't a day where I wouldn't trade. But like say if the IV, if you guys recall, if you guys were here since April, the April tariff fiasco, we did see the IV get to 150, guys. So a lot of traders didn't experience those conditions, right? IV on SPY was 150. The 0 DTE contracts were $6, $7. Right? They were literally $6 or $7. Did we trade that day? We traded through those conditions, but it's screaming for you not to trade if you don't know what you're doing. Of course, I'm screaming from the top of my lungs as well. Hey guys, IV's 150. This is very, very dangerous. But these are the ways we're going to mitigate it. We're going to have to be very, very selective. We can't make mistakes. If you make mistakes, you got to be out quickly. Because during that condition, if you are right, you can get 40, 50%, 60% within a minute. If you're wrong, same thing. So from that perspective, it's on you to say, hey, you know what? These conditions are outside of the norm. If I am going to trade, these are the risk factors I have to be able to deal with. If I can't deal with those risk factors, then you don't have to trade. Yeah, prop firms were shutting down at that time as well. Prop firms were shutting down. I think at that time, few months later or a few weeks later, I did the Top Step Challenge. right? The top step challenge, I was doing it, was giving issues, right? So when there's high IV and normal markets in the challenge side, in the simulated markets, things are going to go haywire. Some of the prop firms start shutting down, meaning they don't let you take any trades. You can't exit a position. All right? I'm going to stick to my prediction, guys. My prediction is everyone's going to go back to options trading. All right? Everyone is going to go back to options trading eventually. The prop space provides great opportunities, obviously, if you know what you're doing. But for everyone else, right, it can turn into a nightmare because you're burning cash. You're burning cash now in hopes of a bigger payout. So the only thing that can save you at this point is for you to continue to buy the challenges and get a big payout at some point in time because you're just so underwater. And that's the trap. But if you know what you're doing, if you have the proper protocols in place, it can be very fruitful. Right? Okay. Now that was you can go back and watch we can go back and watch those videos. It's available to you guys. For our members, go back and watch just out of curiosity how things were moving back then. And that's the cool thing too, right? So we have this living documentation of the action. So we can go back to said time and see how the activity was. And that's one of the cool things with this live streaming and one of the reasons why I like to live stream as well. Because I can go back to a particular day and say, hey, you know what? I can't get the live action. Just imagine if you can get the live action of the 2008 meltdown, the 2008 crash. If you can watch the chart in the 2008 crash, you can't. Outside of back-tested data, outside of the charts being already printed, there isn't a source where you can go back and replay the 2008 chart day by day, month by month. But we have that because we're recording everything. So you can literally go back the day of the crash or the day, that week, I would say, in April when we were just whipsaw action back and forth. So you can watch that entire episode, zoom by it, and you can see we're looking for the same things we look for every day. All right, matter of fact, let me see if I can pull up that episode and see if I can pull it up. Okay, so you can see, and I think we talked about the IV and the game plan. Back then, we had the game plan on YouTube as well, okay? We had the game plan chart on YouTube as well. So April 2025, let's go back to that territory. Okay, again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe, 50 likes. Threshold. Let's see if we can filter it all the way to April. So we've been going live now, guys, for well over 200 episodes. Okay, well over 200 episodes. All right. I'll find it here, guys. I'll find it here. Okay, April, September. For me, it's like a living journal. Or it's like a living journal. I can go back and see what I was thinking. I can go back and see how the market was behaving. And I have these kind of recordings going back years. All right. Okay, there we go. April. Let's see. Okay. So again, you guys have access to all this. You guys have access. So the thumbnail does have a picture of that the infamous picture of the remember that tariff picture, the tariff rate picture for each country the president was holding up. That's the thumbnail. I'm looking for it here. Man, do I gotta go back that far? Give me 1 second, guys. I really want to pull it up. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So you can see, you can go back and watch that episode. See if I can get a good measure of the IV here. At some point in time, the IV got all the way to, not the IV, the ATR got all the way to $30. $30 per day. So go back, watch the video, go back all the way in this 2025 market data and go all the way to April. And you'll get a good measure of what took place. All right, so we track everything. Okay, that's what sets us apart. We track everything, data-driven decisions. Not random, everything is data-driven. And that's what you can't train AI to do. The problem is, you can train AI on all this data, but there's a human element. There's this discretionary part of trading. And that's the X factor. And AI can never have that discretionary element in trading. It's almost like IQ, trade IQ. It can know what to do, when to buy, when not to buy, look for confirmation signals, make those decisions. NVIDIA, if SPY starts to break down, NVIDIA flag potentially brewing. But there's a discretionary element to trading that you cannot bottle. Right? I like to call it trade IQ, like your trading IQ. If you've been playing the game for a long time, you develop that level of IQ. You see it all the time in sports. Some players, they're so good at telegraphing the next play, or the player is going to be before they get there. If you think of a quarterback, the best quarterbacks, they know how to throw their receiver open. Okay, so when they're throwing, they're not throwing where the receiver is. Right? They're throwing where the receiver needs to be, or where he can potentially be, and get him open. Because at the highest level, the defense is so tight. By the time you see someone open, the ball is there, they're no longer open. Pick six, interception. So same thing in trading. Right? Your trading IQ and your ability to see what's about to take place comes in from the reps, comes in from your experience. And diligently just paying attention. Diligently taking the notes. Having the recordings of your trades. And I recommend everyone to do that. If you do trade, guys, record your screens. All right, so you have an idea of what you're doing at that particular time. Have your journal as well. Okay, and then now when you go in your journal, again, two kind of journals. You have the journal for between the ears, a psychology journal, and you have the mechanical journal, which is just pure numbers. Okay, you can easily spot the areas you're making mistakes when you have the recording. And that's what I do every week. I go back and watch the tape. That's part of my routine. It doesn't, if an episode is 2 hours, 3 hours, it doesn't take me 3 hours to sit down and watch it, but I go to the key areas. Okay, the key areas, the key times. And see what was I thinking there. Okay. Did I manage that risk according to the plan? Did I need to get involved in that territory? What invalidated it? Was there synchronized buying, synchronized selling? What was the VIX doing at that particular time? Because in real time, you're reacting as things are happening. So sometimes you're not going to be checking off every single box. But when you go back and you have the recordings, okay, you can go back and see, hey, you know what? Maybe if I glance to the left or glance to the right, I could have avoided this. And you just make those small adjustments. And you start noticing patterns in your trading. Okay. Any questions, guys? As we near 12 o'clock, we'll look to wrap up. If you're just joining us, we did take 4 trades. Stopped out once. All 4 trades did present a double-digit TP. Go back, rewind, watch. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, even first-time viewers are allowed. Join our community, take advantage of the February trial. Use the code TRIAL and watch this short video that goes over the features of our private SPY Strikers community.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Start trading with a SPY Strike and take the next.
Okay, so if you're interested in joining our Discord, there's multiple ways to join. Go to smartactiontrade.com. All the links are provided in the description. The Discord, I do have a free tier Discord. You have access to a couple of features. This Discord essentially pays for itself and more. Right? So if you apply the things you learn every single day, this takes care of itself. Okay? So again, take advantage of the Apex Striker. Right? This is access to our entire Discord. You get to trade with our community every single day. Access the chat. Access all of our courses. 6-hour Getting Started Day Trading course. Access the pre-market prep. I give you the levels, the zones, the buy, sell zones. We go over the prep every single morning. We make the adjustments, make the game plan. Delay free, ad-free stream, all included in your plan. Use the code TRIAL, save 20%, 25%, at a low price of $50 a month. That's below your stop loss. If you're looking to join for the entire year, lock it for the year, one payment, 12-month access, coaching call included along with a boot camp. If you're looking to take the course over the weekend, that's a great idea as well. Purchase your 5-hour Getting Started Day Trading course. Get the bundle as well. If you're in the community, there's a great time to join the community and take the course over the weekend as well. All right. You have 3 days. That's about a 5-6 hour course. You can break it down, go to certain sections, and touch up on those things. And the things you learn in that course will really help you get better reads, along with the ideas, along with the commentary, along with you immersing yourself with other resources and the community itself. Right. You'll put yourself on the best path. Right. This is the best path of getting consistently profitable. Right. There's no guarantees, but what I do believe is profitability already exists within you. So my job is to give you the resources, the tools to get the profitability out of you. There's nothing I can do or say to get you profitable. All I can do is provide the resources and tools. You take those tools, you take those resources, you immerse yourself, and you start carving profitability out of yourself, okay? So very, very important. Join us next week. We're going to have a ton of opportunities you don't want to miss, especially our game plan stream every single morning. I would say that's the most important part of the stream. If you are in a game plan stream, you guys see how things play out, the NVIDIA trade, the Apple trade idea, all the ideas. I'll continue to provide more of those ideas for the ones who do trade individual names. And if you know, you know. So we're not going around, beating our drum, said, hey, we called Apple, hey, we called NVIDIA. We're not in that business. All right. But some of the trades that you guys are seeing unfold, the ideas, right, they're absolutely going. So that's exclusively available to the people who commit to the process. All right. So there are some tremendous opportunities that we don't make public. All right. We don't go on a parade, create 5 videos talking about how we caught NVIDIA or caught this or caught that. Okay. Because that is that's what's supposed to happen. That's how it's supposed to look. That's what we do. All right. So that's the kind of community you get to be a part of. Okay. So hopefully everyone finished off the week green. If you didn't, don't be discouraged. There's another week where you can learn. All right. I promise you, just stick to the process, stick to the program, go back, review. Even my people that were green, that absolutely crushed it. All right. Don't fall asleep at the wheel. Make the proper adjustments as well. There's a couple of things you can adjust. Okay. A couple of things you can adjust. Continue to do the things you're doing right. Continue to refine. Continue to rinse and repeat. And next week, it's going to be some great opportunities. It is a long weekend. So it gives us that break to really mentally charge, do the things you love, and come back on Tuesday ready for war. Okay, ready for war and ready to dominate. All right? And the way we do that is just by sticking to our plan, keeping things boring, keeping things repeatable, systematic, and by the end of the week, things add up. By the end of the month, things add up. Now we're almost down 2 months, guys. So if you've been sticking with it, okay, you should be as close as possible to break even or green or small red by this point. There should be no blow-ups. All right. If there is, things happen. I understand. Okay. You can get back on the horse and learn from it and continue to push forward. All right. So there's multiple ways to join our community. Of course, there's a free tier Discord. You have access to that as well. The free tier Discord, the chat is no longer available. It turned into a feed. There was a lot of people just posting their personal promotion stuff there. That's not what it's designed for. All right. It's not designed for you to self-promote. All right, it's designed for people to collaborate, so no one can comment there. There's a trade feed. What I do post in the free tier Discord is access to the videos, and every Friday I post a link to the delay-free, ad-free stream. But when you are in the free tier Discord, you have a free news feed. You have free tools and resources. All right, and every Friday you get to join us for the live delay-free, ad-free stream. And folks on YouTube, continue to tune in on YouTube. There's a slight delay. There are ads you need to deal with. You're not part of the pre-market prep stream, but I'm telling you that the content on YouTube is more than enough for you to work with. Use that, apply the information. Okay, take the ideas, let it line up with the things you look for, and the proceeds you get, once you get the proceeds from the ideas from the stream, use the proceeds to reinvest in yourself. And it's for free. Okay, so it's literally for free. Okay. So again, any questions? Is there a free Discord or just paid? Yes, it's basically the paid is free. All right. You should at minimum cover your yearly expense. All right. Your concern shouldn't be the monthly fee. If you're looking to make $1,000 a week, $10,000, whatever it is, okay, think of it like this. You're looking to be a bodybuilder, okay, but you're concerned with the cost of your gym membership. The last thing on a bodybuilder's mind is the cost of a gym membership. That's the last thing, because the bodybuilder needs to say, hey, you know what? Matter of fact, I need to overpay to make sure I have the access to the best equipment, best facility. Not try to underpay and expect something I underpay for to deliver something beyond my expectations. So same thing as a trader. If you're looking to take your trade to the next level, right, and make these massive wins, the cost of the community should be tertiary. Okay? Shouldn't even be on your mind. So I'm not saying just recklessly spend capital on mentorships and whatever it is, but invest wisely the same way you invest in stocks. See for yourself. Join us for the show every single day. If you resonate with the content, take the next steps. Did you say you post pre-market analysis video? So the pre-market video is live. So before we jump into the live trading, okay, think of it like this. So at 9 a.m. EST. So let me show you how things actually work in the Discord. Okay. So at 9 a.m. EST, and we have the live stream on YouTube between 9:30, and we're going to try to squeeze it until 11:30. Okay, so from 9:30 to 11:30. Okay, that's going to be where we want to get involved. Okay, so 9 a.m. we have a pre-market stream live. We go over levels. We go over our game plan. We go over catalyst. We go over individual names we're looking to trade. Today's name was there was a bunch of names where we discussed about keeping an eye on video. So if that lines up with the things you like, you'll keep a close eye on video. Before 9 a.m. stream, I send out a game plan before 8 a.m. 99% of the time. Okay? Nothing is 100%, so 99% of the time, you will get a game plan with levels, with covering the catalyst for the day. So before 8 a.m. EST, game plan is set. And then you jump in the live stream. And then we do the live trading together. Okay, this is if you remember. And then we have the Q&A. Sometimes we extend the stream after 11:30, 12 o'clock. And I share my screen, provide a little commentary after that. If it's power hour, we jump back on. Whatever it is, we can come back on anytime. All the way into the close. Okay? So to 4 p.m. So you have my screens. I make annotations from time to time. If there's any ideas I'd like to take, I make it available on the chart, so on and so forth. So when you're on YouTube, what you're really seeing is this. This is where you are. All right, this is where you are. So you're seeing basically the finished product. When you're in the Discord, okay, you get the 8 a.m., the game plan, along with all the resources. You get the pre-market stream, live. We'll go over everything. You get the live trading, delay-free, ad-free. And you get the extended stream as well. The extended stream most of the time is passive, meaning the charts are there. I don't provide commentary. And then that's what the Discord has access to. This. Okay? So that's not including the resources already in there. So this is just the live trading portion. Because I believe the best way to teach is through live. The best way to teach is through live. So we do have course material. We have thousands of hours of videos for you to watch. But my primary style of teaching is live. Right? Because I have to show. I'm not just saying, hey, you know what? I'm training you in a controlled environment. No, we got to get trained in the real environment. Okay? Okay, so that's what you get when you do join. Use the code FEB, trial 30. You get a trial for February. I've been saying there's going to be an increase on the Discord price. There will be an increase. The price will reflect the value soon. I am migrating platforms, so take advantage of the prices as of now. If you are in, you're going to be grandfathered in forever. The price you pay is the price you pay. All right, so we do have traders who did commit to the community early on, and their rate is slightly different. The yearly is available. Everything's available. Was green a little bit. Just gave back some earlier. Shake me out there. If they're not, if it's not, we'll be green. Hope next week isn't this crazy, but got most of the loss back from this morning, so it's good. Thanks, G. Have a great weekend. Absolutely, guys. If you're signing off, have a great weekend. Stay safe. God bless each one of you. Just take, I would say, an hour out of the 72 hours you have. All right, take 1 hour out of the 72. You can break it down to 30 minutes, but 1 hour at least. No more than that. 1 hour, just go back to review the things you did, to look for things to improve, and to also give yourself credit where credit is due. All right, so there are things you did right, and there are things we all did wrong. All right, so continue to do the things that are right and try to reduce the frequency of the wrong. Are we going to ever be perfect? No. So you're not going to be able to eliminate wrong. That's impossible. You're not going to be able to eliminate wrong. All you can do is reduce the frequency of wrong and make sure you're not wrong for long. And you're wrong for a little bit. Right for a lot, wrong for a little bit, reduce the frequency. Okay? Any questions, guys? Any questions? If not, we're going to jump off here. Again, guys, if you're done for the week, poll question, answer the poll question. Let me answer my poll question as well. And the cool thing is, on Wednesday, we had the privilege of bouncing back from a red day. On Wednesday, most of the people that did vote in our chat, right, they were red. Okay, it was an outlier type of event. There were some green. There were people who were crushed it on Wednesday as well. So I'm not going to say it in general, but for the ones that did vote, we're at 80+% of our team was red. So what do? We put our head down, we look for the next day, we look for the next opportunity. And the very next day, 92% were green. Okay, so hopefully you're understanding what it takes and understanding that you're more than capable of bouncing back. So that is over any trade you took, over any kind of trade we caught, over any idea that we capitalize off of. That is the most important lesson of the week. Okay? That was the most important lesson of the week. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. We got punched in the face. I got punched in the face. What do? Right? We put our hands up, we punch back. And we fight. Okay? On that note, guys, we're going to wrap it up here. As always, absolute pleasure. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. Be on the lookout for the video that wraps up everything, week 2. A compilation of all the trades. If you're a first-time viewer on YouTube, welcome aboard. Smash the like button, smash the subscribe button. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. We'll look forward to working with anyone that does join next week, Tuesday, when you kick things off. And have a safe and blessed weekend. And God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks,